Okay, we're not going to jump around or mess around too much. Here is the visual of the flight plan. What's up, Vintage? I'm doing good. How are you today, man? I've had a bit of a hiatus from streaming. I think it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 4 days off. We had a good weekend, even though it's Tuesday. So we are flying from Minneapolis, St. Paul over to Portland. I think that's your home airport, if I'm not mistaken. In the Level Up. Yeah, time to fly to home airport, man. Level Up B737-900ER. AV, what's happening? Yeah, 4 days off. It's good to be back in the seat. Spent a weekend in Anaheim, and most of Anaheim was Disneyland. So it was a lot of fun. Kids had fun. Everyone had fun. And now for a different type of fun. Minneapolis to Portland in the Level Up B737-900ER. This is the V2.S1.50. Been in and out of streams by Shane over at the Combined Fleet YouTube channel, who's also working on the flight model with the team over there, amongst other improvements they are making to the aircraft. It looks really exciting. Can't wait for it to come out whenever that might be. Maybe a few weeks, I'm not certain. Perhaps they did announce it in the stream or two. Maybe I didn't catch it, but we have an air distance of 1,395 nautical miles. And wheels up, wheels down, 3 hours and 19 minutes. Probably have a bit of a headwind component, but hopefully not too bad. Average winds 283 at 45, so actually it's pretty up there. Alternate is Seattle, cruising at 340. Done some adjustments as well to the my honeycomb alpha, making it a little not a little, actually a lot less sensitive. I flew the 777 Thursday last week, the flight factor 777, and was beginning to realize that the sensitivity on the Boeing aircraft was just a little too sensitive. So we have logged in to VATSIM. We've received our PDC, and approach looks like they've been on for about an hour. So we'll go ahead and get our departure ATIS. ATIS information Tango, winds 320 at 6, so we will be requesting 30 right. And we'll look at the PDC in a moment just to see if they've announced that. Visibility is good. Clouds are no factor until 25,000. Temperature 23, dew point 13. Altimeter 29.93. Departing runways 30 left, 30 right. Taxiway Alpha is closed between runway 4 and Alpha 10. Taxiway Alpha closed between between Taxiway Alpha 7 and Delta. And all aircraft contact ATC when ready to push back or taxi. Caution birds near Minneapolis. Read back instructions and assigned altitudes. All aircraft taxi with transponder and altitude encoding on. Advise you have information Tango. Okay, and let's take a look at our PDC. Hold sign Delta 1356. Minneapolis to Portland. On the Liney 6 departure with the Liney transition, then the DPR VOR, Jetway 16 to Papa Delta Tango VOR, and then the JNOX transition to begin the Hood 6 arrival into Portland. We'll be planning for 28 right. Squawk 7064. Climb via SID, except maintain 7,000. Expect 340 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 135.475. Expect runway 30 right. There we go. And contact for push. Okay, let's jump on in the office. Get the aviation flashlight to get the battery on and protected. And you know what? We'll actually do a... Oh, by the way, the new lighting in the upcoming update looks really cool. Can't wait for that. So let's take a look. How did I leave things here? So throttles are an idle. Speed brake retracted. Flaps are fully retracted. Fuel switches are to cut off. Parking brake is released. We are on the chocks. And landing gear is down. At least the lever is. Okay, let's request the external power. Go and accept that. Okay, batteries look good. Ground power is good. Kill the aviation flashlight. And before we do the overhead, let's get our school bag together and all the charts we're going to need. That's right, it's Tuesday. Vintage. It's Tuesday, brother. That is work day. Okay, it doesn't look like we have any traffic on the ground with us right now. So we have the Lenny 6 departure to Lenny. Looks like there's an aircraft actually on approach. Oh, really? I didn't see that. Thanks for the heads up, Vintage. I gotta go check that out. So once we get all these charts done, get the overhead, get the aircraft kind of ready for the flight preparation, we'll go back to our charts and take a deeper dive into the procedures. So we got the Hood 6 arrival into Portland. And we're joining that from JNOX. And we'll be terminating the arrival at... Where's the inset transition? Hood takes us to Schaefer to get runway 28 right transition. ILS 28 right. 5.22 I. Thank you very much. No more floating Jesus at the airports. Okay. initial approach fix is Nasi, or Nasi, and we're coming off Schaefer for the Reedy 1. Airport chart and parking gates and coordinates chart, and we have everything we need. Let's go through the overhead now. We will set the IRSs to nav, and countdown has begun. 8 minutes. Take the right forward fuel pump. .2.6, awesome. I'll do it. I'll do the update after. I don't think it's a Skunk Crafts thing either. It got updated just when I left for the long weekend. Okay. Let's get the lighting sorted out here. Give that a couple of notches. Put that at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock on the flood. Background, 9 o'clock. Main panel, 2 strikes. Alright, Vintage, we'll see you up there later, man. Give me a couple of notches there. Emergency exit lights armed and protected. Fasten seatbelt signs on. Ping the attendant, let them know we are working here. Probe lights, probe heat, I should say, on. Anti-ice is off, that's fine. Get the trim air ready. Packs to auto. Isolation auto. Set our pressurization panel to our cruising altitude 340, our landing altitude in Portland. Touchdown zone elevation is 31, so we'll set the landing altitude to 50. And navigation lights on. You can update it through Skunk Crafts? Okay, that's awesome. Get the radios over to 135.475. How you doing, Cooper? Do I recommend? I flew the PMDG in MSFS 2020 several years ago. I thought it was a good airplane, to be honest with you. I thought they did a good job. It took them quite a few updates, but I don't know what it's like in 2024. Our squawk code is 7064. And we'll go TARA. But PMDG do really good stuff. I've never really faulted them for anything. Okay, center console looks fine for now. Let's go and get the airside services rolling. Load the OFP. We'll cross-reference this against the OFP here from SimBrief. So passengers 165, 0 fuel weight 139.9, so basically 140. That checks out. Fuel 9,100 pounds. That checks out. Excuse me. That's cargo. Fuel 27,600, that checks out, so we'll go ahead and activate that.
Northwest 2582, which gate are you parking at tonight?
Turn him down.
Foxtrot 8, so unfortunately we missed Charlie, Northwest 2582.
Northwest 2582, right on Mike. Taxi Mike Bravo, cross runway 22 at Bravo.
Okay, we'll get the FMS going.
Oh, you missed Mike. Take a
Oh boy.
right on Alpha 8 and then taxi Alpha.
Position in it. We'll put in the reference
Bravo,
airport. Kilo Mike.
Right,
Sierra
Alpha 8,
Papa.
Alpha Bravo to the gate, Northwest 2582.
4453 north, 9313
And
west.
you're cleared across runway 22.
4453, that's good. We'll take the GPS. Put that in there. And route. Kilo Papa Delta X-ray 01. We are call sign Delta 1356 today. And go ahead and activate that and execute, and we will switch our navigation display to plan mode, as we will be cycling through the points on the navigation display. Make sure everything is looking good. Our departure is the Lenny 6 from 30 right. Execute that. And our arrival, the Hood 6 from JNOX, 28 right ILS, and we're going to take it from Ready. Actually, we're taking it from Schaefer. Now we'll just jump over to our AviTab and we'll cross-reference the charts, altitude and speed constraints against the FMS and make sure they're both aligned. Sometimes they're not imported exactly correctly all the time into the box. So runway 30 right. So on the initial climb for assigned headings from 220 clockwise to 360. So we'll probably get an assigned heading for the departure. Cross the Minnesota St. Paul VOR at 7 nautical miles at or above 3,500. Maintain assigned altitude. If unable to comply, advise ATC. So we will get a departure heading most undoubtedly by ATC. Expect radar vectors to Tonka. Okay, so once we have radar vectors to Tonka, it is Google at 6,000 or above. And that is in the box, so that's good. We'll cycle through the points. And now we're at JNOX for the arrival. JNOX flight level 240 or above, that is good. Onto Mito 280 knots, 17,000 or above, that is good. I should put the data on here. Mito Bayer 270 knots, 13,000 or above, that checks out. Hood is 5,000 below, 9,000 above, 250 knots. That looks good. Now we are going to leave Hood to go to Beeves, 230 knots, 7,100 or above. Schaefer's a hard 6,700 and 210 or below. And then into the transition for the approach. Reedy 5,700 or above, that is correct. Macy should be 3,000.
382 heavy. You're parked there in the de-ice pad that's normally
3,700, that's
Is that where
good.
you want to stay parked?
And looking at the profile, OMZ 2,900, and then Tolok 2,000, and everything looks good there. So that looks like a good FMS
Alrighty.
flight plan there.
382 heavy. Have a good night.
Looking up at the IRSs, look like they've aligned our actual navigation precision. You can see here on the bottom of the navigation display is 0.01, so we are aligned. And let's get the passengers, actually let's get the fire tests done here in the APU.
8700 Minneapolis approach, ident please.
I love that residual ringing there. It's really nice attention to detail. Okay, we'll start the APU.
Sun Country 8700 radar contacts 55 miles south of the Minneapolis airport. Expect visual approach runway 30 left, Minneapolis altimeter 29903.
Information Tango 29903. 29903 is set, and on the standby is set.
Sun Country 8700, turn right heading 020, descend and maintain 6,000.
Right, 020, descend and maintain 7,000, Sun Country 8700.
Sun Country 8700, descend and maintain 6,000.
Okay, cabin temperatures up here. 26 degrees. We'll bring them down a little bit once this bleed air comes online. There we go. Almost 400 hertz and almost 115 volts, so that's dandy. We'll take that and disconnect the ground power. And pull the bleed airs. And we will take the passengers on board. Okay, packs are boarding. Gonna go through the initial weights in the aircraft here in the FMS now. So perf init page 1 of 2. Put our cruise altitude in of 340. Average winds for the flight are 283 degrees 45 knots. Top of climb outside air temperature is going to be in Celsius, so -50. Okay. Our cost index is 5. Finished reserves plus the alternate is 5.9 thousand pounds. And our zero fuel weight is I'll actually get it from the page 2 here, 140. And planned fuel is 27.6. And we'll go ahead and execute that. So we have the weight of the aircraft in, we just don't have the center of gravity. There's going to be an update, folks, to the center of gravity calculation on the EFB, and it's going to be aligned with the physical CG of the aircraft. Apparently it is not right now. So for instance, we go fuel weight and balance, payload, takeoff weight CG, and presumably zero fuel weight and landing weight CG figures here are not truly accurate to what the physical CGs are in the airplane. So that's an update to look forward to, I believe, on the next edition of the Level Up, amongst a whole host of other things. You know, I set this block time departure for 0200 Zulu, but that's going to be late. Not to worry, not too late. We'll take a look at the we can get most of the takeoff performance done. Our gross weight at takeoff is I'm going to say 176.4. Excuse me, 167.4. Okay. Actually, looks like we might need to go 30 left, folks. 167-400. Yeah, we're gonna switch it to 30 left. We are too heavy, and 30 right is not long enough. Unless we did a toga. Let's switch it, the calculation to 30 right and do it as a toga. Nope. That won't even do it. Okay. So back to the EFB and departure. 96. Taxi is going to be longer, unfortunately, but oh well. And taking a quick look at the Avi tab for the departure again, I think everything is basically exactly the same for both. We'll get vectors to Tonka and no change. Okay, so flaps 5, D rate, takeoff, select temp 38. And we'll just take a look at the legs here, make sure there's no discontinuities. That looks all right.
Sun Country 8700, turn left heading 340, descend to maintain 4000. As you roll out, Minneapolis will be at your 11 o'clock and 18 miles, report in sight.
So we are takeoff. Climb will be okay. Select temp is 38, so it's actually not that far off of ambient temperature. So it's not much of a derate here. 96.9 takeoff N1. Yeah, flaps 5. We don't know what our CG is yet, but we'll go to page 2. Our winds are 320 at 6. Everything looks fine there.
Sun Country 8700, did you say you had the airfield in sight?
Airfield in sight.
Sun Country 8700, cleared visual approach, runway 30 left.
We just gotta wait for the passengers to board.
Sun Country 8700, that's cleared visual approach, runway 30 left.
78% boarded, so nearly there.
Clear visual approach 30 left. Sun Country 8700.
We can get other things set up with the mode control panel. We're gonna target speed will be V2.S1.50, so we'll do that plus 10. Plus 171. And go LNAV. Oops, I gotta turn on the flight directors before I do that. LNAV and VNAV. Auto brake to RTO. TR123 looks good. Yaw damper can come on. '89, nearly 90% boarded. We'll be almost 40 minutes late on the pushback. So we're here at Charlie 5, I believe. Yes, indeed, Charlie 5. So we'll be pushing back onto Quebec. Nose will be facing west, and he'll probably give us Quebec Delta Alpha to 30 left, or perhaps Bravo. Okay, the packs are done. We go to the payload and we have a takeoff weight of 19.5. So the trim will be 6. V1 154, V rotate 154. And V2 161. All right.
All right, we've got everyone strapped in. Give us a ring if you need anything.
We've got the weights on board. We have the weather on board. We have the route done and then done again.
Wind is 320.
And the performance is done. V1 is showing up on the PFD with the legs page. And we'll do our pre-flight checklist. Circuit breakers and emergency equipment is checked. Oxygen has been tested at 100%. Checked. IRS selectors are in nav mode and IRSs have been aligned. Hydraulic panel is checked in auto. Cruising altitude and landing altitude have been set. Air conditioning pressurization is set. Mode control panel is. Initial flight climb 7,000 is set. Runway heading will be 301. And target airspeed is V2 plus 10 knots. Window heat will now go on. Flight instruments heading altitude checked on both 7 and 7. Checked and checked. Throttles takeoff warnings have been closed and are checked. Engine start levers are in cutoff. That is already checked. Gear pins have not been removed because we're at the gate. And our parking brake is not set because we're on the trucks. We will request our push and start once we get the most current departure ATIS. It is still a Tango. Minneapolis departure, hello, Delta 1356 at gate Charlie 5 with information Tango ready for push and start.
Delta 1356, Minneapolis departure, good evening. Push and start on to Quebec is approved. Expect 30 right.
Push and start on Quebec approved, and we request 30 left for the numbers Delta 1356.
Delta 1356, expect 30 left.
Expect 30 left, Delta 1356, thank you.
Sun Country 8700, taxi via Delta to the Humphrey Terminal.
52 to the terminal, have a good night, sir. Sun Country 286, person 8700.
Round to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call
Attach
to
the
menu
jetway.
when you are ready.
Set the park brake. I think that releases the chocks automatically. Yep, okay, that's good.
Ground to cockpit, tow
Sun
is
Country
driving.
8700, take a
Okay,
right
beacon on.
or correction, take a left on Charlie there, and then taxi
Fuel
via
pump
Charlie
switches
Tango to
on.
the ramp.
Center pumps are needed also.
Stand by, Sun Country
Hydraulics are all on.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Alright, before start checklist. Fuel quantity.
Sun Country 8700, probably we took the wrong turn on here. So
The quantity is checked. Windows are locked. Seatbelt signs are on.
Straight ahead on Charlie, and then take a left on Tango, and then straight ahead to the ramp.
Door lights are out.
Thank you, sir. After straight on Charlie and then on 11 Tango, that's great, Roy. Have a good night.
Mode control panel has all been set. V2 heading at altitude have all been set. LNAV and VNAV are armed.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Takeoff thrust and takeoff speeds have been all calculated. Pre-flight checklist is already complete. Rudder and aileron trim. Rudder trim is confirmed to be neutral. And pitch trim for departure is 6, isn't it set? Taxi and takeoff briefing has been completed. Anti-collision light is on. Before start checklist is complete.
Foxtrot 8, request push and start with Tango, and if able, request 30 left.
Northwest 2104, Minneapolis departure. Push and start onto Bravo is approved. Expect 30 left.
Push and start onto Bravo, and expect 30 left. Thank you very much. Northwest 2104.
Okay, we get our wing lights on here and our logo light. Probably should have had those on earlier. Get the packs go off so we get that precious bleed air for the engine start. And engine 2 to ground. And 2 rising. %, fuel switch to idle. Okay, we'll take a look at generator 2. That power looks good. We'll accept that. And engine 1, engine 2 to continuous, and 2 rising on engine 1.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Park brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Fuel switch to idle. We'll get Gen 1 ready here. Okay, Gen 1 looks good. Disconnect to remove the gear pins. And engine 1 to continuous, and we'll accept that. APU can now go off. APU bleed off, put the packs back on.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
After start checklist, generators on and checked. Everything looks good. Let's have a look at the TR 1, 2, and 3 here. TR 1 looks good. TR 2 looks good. TR 3 looks good. Probe heat is on, confirmed. Anti-ice is off, not required. Isolation valve is in auto. Engine start levers are in idle. And flight deck door is closed and locked. After start checklist is complete. Okay, flight control test full up, check. Pull down, check. Rudder left, rudder right, aileron looks good. And do my brakes here while I'm here. Flaps 5.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
Thank you, you too. Okay, flaps 5 set. Before taxi checklist recall.
Northwest 2104, request taxi.
Northwest 2104,
Checked.
runway 30 left.
Flight controls have been checked.
Bravo Alpha, join Alpha.
Flaps are set to 5. Green light checked. Stabilizer trim is set to 6.
Join Alpha at the tunnel, Northwest 21.
Auto brake is RTO. That is checked. Speed brake lever is down. Checked. Ground equipment clear on both sides. Checked and checked. Before taxi checklist complete. Minneapolis departure, hello again. Delta 1356 with Tango. Request taxi for 30 left.
Delta 1356, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec Delta Alpha.
Quebec Delta Alpha to runway 30 left. Delta 1356. Okay, taxi light on. Let's go to Portland. PFD, FMA, speed armed, LNAV and VNAV armed. So Quebec, Delta, and Alpha.
Delta 2107 is a Charlie 2, right before the start.
Delta 2107, Minneapolis departure, push and start onto Quebec is approved, expect 30 left.
Push and start on Quebec approved, and we'll expect 30 left, Delta 2107.
We have a civilian car driving around the airport. The lighting updates, I was watching Shane go through the lighting updates on the stream he did a day or two ago, giving us a sneak peek, work in progress look at the next edition.
Northwest 2104, wind is 320
And
6.
there's a lot to look forward to.
Runway heading, or correction, turn right heading 360, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
30 left, clear for takeoff, right turn 360, Northwest 2104.
Kind of weird. Both airports actually look very similar. Minneapolis. I've been kind of confusing myself almost. I think I'm in Portland already. A lot of similarities between them. That's Bravo, so we're going to take Alpha. There's Southwest going. That's pretty awesome. It's always nice when VATSIM aircraft comes into view and it's just doing, just starting its rotation.
Northwest 2104, radar contacts, altitude leaving.
1500 Northwest 2104.
Northwest 2104, climb and maintain 1717,000, turn right direct taxi.
Climb 1717,000, direct taxi, Northwest 2107.
Okay, Alpha terminates basically at Alpha 1. Okay, before takeoff checklist. Takeoff briefing has been performed. Engine bleeds are going to keep those on. Engine start switches are in continuous, checked. And cabin is secure. Before takeoff checklist is complete. Windsock doesn't look like it's really doing much there. Does the wing bounce on taxi? I don't think it, it might be flexing a little bit.
Delta 1356, wind is 320 at 6, turn left heading 280, runway 30 left, cleared for takeoff.
Heading 280, cleared for takeoff, 30 left, Delta 1356. We are cleared for takeoff. Clear on the approach end. Clear on the right. Clear on the approach. Runway heading 301. Engine stabilized. Toka. N1 Toga. Airspeed is alive.
80 knots.
80 knots.
Approach, Delta 2107, direct taxi.
Delta 2107, runway 30 left, taxi via Quebec, Delta Alpha.
Quebec, Delta Alpha, Delta 2107.
Rotate.
Positive rate.
Gear up.
Gear up.
Heading 280.
1356, radar contacts, altitude leaving.
2.2 for 7, Delta 1356.
Delta 1356, climb maintain 17,000, clear direct Tonka.
Up to 17,000, direct Tonka, Delta 1356. 17,000.
2104, Minneapolis Center is offline, radar service is terminated, frequency change to advisory is approved, have a good flight.
Frequency change is
We can go direct to Tonka.
2104.
Execute. And LNAV. Flaps 1. They are, the Level Up team have done a lot of work on the exterior lights. So be on the lookout for a good few changes to those. Don't know if they're working on the strength of the strobes, flaps up. But certainly the nose light, if you're using the halogen lights where the taxi nose light is on the nose gear, that is considerably more powerful. But they've just made all-round exterior lighting improvements. The cars on the roads are default in X-Plane, yes, that is native. There's no adjustments, you can't get more or fewer cars. It's a, there's no setting to adjust that, it just is what it is. Get this puppy trimmed out here and set the autopilot. Here we go. I don't recall the wing bouncing on taxi. Honestly, I haven't looked for that before. Yes, all the scenery is default, albeit it is nighttime, so it's difficult to, there's no add-ons here. There's no Sim Heaven, there's no Ortho. It's all default auto-gen right now, boys. But again, it is nighttime, so difficult to pick up on the nuances. So there's a plugin AV called OpenSAM, which there's a plugin called OpenSAM. It's totally free. It basically takes up almost zero resources, and you'll get well over 90% of the runways and visual docking guidance systems in all the default airports. RTO can go to off. After takeoff checklists, engine bleeds are unchanged. Engine mode selectors can now go to off. Landing gear is up and off. Packs are in auto. Flaps are up. And altimeters are set. After takeoff checklist is complete. Next update in X-Plane as well, which should hopefully be coming out in a couple of weeks. The weather radar will will be back functioning, which will be quite helpful. So AV, like I said, not every single gate or stand or cargo stand in the airports have visual talking guidance.
Minneapolis Center is offline. Radar service is terminated. Frequency change to advisory is approved. Have a good night.
All right, we'll head over to Unicom for Delta 1356. Thanks for the help and have a good one. The weather radar is almost dysfunctional right now. It's almost inoperable. Laminar have been doing a lot of work on it, and it wasn't really capturing major, like this. The storm cells would need to be unbelievably violent before you would start seeing anything come up on the radar. So I think they've just been doing general improvements to getting the 3D radar working better. But I shouldn't say it's not working right now. It's just, for all intents and purposes, it's not really, in all practicality, working very well. But we'll head up to our cruising altitude. Still in VNAV speed, so we're good. 340. I just noticed that the if you look at the Minneapolis airport, now if you ignore runway 22 crossing the 230 runways, and you look at KPDX, so here's KPDX. We are past flight level 180. Let's go to standard barometric on the altimeter. I just love what they've done with the lighting. Kazoo, thank you for the subscribe, brother. Welcome aboard. I see you're saving up to purchase X-Plane 12. That is a wise investment, my man. Saving for a PC for X-Plane. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of demanding. Yeah, you know what? I tried MSFS 2020 6 years ago when it came out, and you know, I gave it a lot of time. You know, yeah, offline mode. Yeah, I gave MSFS a lot of time, and it just, yeah, it never grew on me. Really looking forward to the new Level Up. Hopefully in a week or two, maybe a little bit more. Who knows? It sounds like it's not going to be that long to come out. You know, it's the lighting that the developers have done here with this 737. It is unbelievably cozy. It should come with a hot chocolate. You can even dim down the dim it down a touch more. I mean, it's really a classic cockpit, the 737. It's probably the most iconic of all the cockpits. Oh, and the other thing, the next I don't know if you've been following the X-Plane Discord or their website, but active ground snow is going to be simulated in the next update. Well, X-Plane simulates. So it just works off of Zulu time. It doesn't take daylight savings into consideration, so it's just X-Plane works off of Zulu time. But yes, it does get, like, if it's somewhere in the northern hemisphere and you're flying, you know, if you're flying like up in Alaska at 11 p.m. local time, it will be, you'll see it as still being bright. So yes, they do simulate essentially the path of the sun in the sky for all the seasons. Yep, snow accumulation. That's going to be rocking. Can't wait for that. That's in the next update, and probably a couple of weeks from now. Yeah, snow accumulation just in time. Yeah, I wish like they're so close with the A330 in a lot of respects. I think it flies good. I think the flight model is good. But the FMS needs a lot of work. An EFB wouldn't go astray either. It'd be nice if they gave us like a, you know, it doesn't have to be study level aircraft, but a really good A330 as if it were a quality add-on. Experiencing some significant headwinds. Knock off the passenger signs. the Zulu arrival time, we are looking at 0612 Zulu at Portland, and we are 03, so about 2 hours 55 minutes to go. The other thing coming out before the end of the year with X-Plane as well is an update that is completely redoing all of the mesh. The entire mesh of the entire planet is going to be given a complete overhaul, giving it huge increase in resolution. Hopefully with no performance loss. But that's something to look for before the end of the year also. My guess is either just before Thanksgiving or just after it. Or like early November or early December. Eating up some pretty hefty headwinds, 71 knots. .68 knot headwind component. Yeah, I think they'll make it a Christmas gift for everyone. turbulence is pretty okay here. Yeah, the winds, the headwinds should ease off in about 30 minutes, I think. It's just the initial edge of a system. The night lighting in X-Plane is just so good. If you don't have one, if you do have one, then you know what I'm talking about. But if you don't have an OLED type monitor panel, you're missing out on true black pixels, because all the other panels are not true black, because all the other panels are backlit. So instead of getting total dark black pixels, you're getting a kind of a dark gray. And I remember doing the switch to an OLED monitor, and that was the first thing. I was absolutely blown away by true black pixels, and it made an enormous immersion difference for night flying an X-plane. Don't know, did they do, I never checked this actually, did they simulate wind requests here? They're showing 283 at 45. I don't know if you can actually do the wind requests. This will be interesting. So it's just pulling 283 at 45 from the init page. Okay, it says they're ready. Let's load them. Oh, look at that. Execute. Okay, what does that do to our... Well, it shouldn't do anything technically to the arrival time. I think we said 0612 Zulu was the arrival. 0611, yeah, so it really didn't really do much. Because the average winds were going to come out to the same calculation anyway. So we can see the winds now. At DPR, they're going to be down to 50 knots. We're currently 86 knots, so we're 160 miles away from Delta Papa Romeo VOR. And the winds should start dying down considerably at Billings at 37 knots from 293. Delta Papa Romeo being Peddleton. You got to work early, man. We've got a large headwind vintage. We have an 81 knot headwind component, but should be dying down and around, beginning around probably around 100 miles from here. Gotcha. Look at that. Yeah, I know, for summertime. It's kind of surprising. It looks like Salt Lake Center is logging in. Maybe. I think your ground speed would be super low. No, that sounds epic. "16 hours. Totally epic. I know, that's going to be incredible. VOR to VOR flying across the Atlantic. You know, having 4 days off from streaming, I obviously got a bit rusty and forgot to start my ACARs. But I've just discovered that virtual DAL do allow manual PIREPs. So Volanta is running, capturing the flight, so I'm saved. It's such a gut-wrenching feeling when you've just taken off and you realize, oh my god, I forgot to start the ACARs. I need to add start ACARs to my flight preparation checklists. My beautiful laminated checklists. I'm gonna have to get a Sharpie and put start ACARs on the pre-flight. It's an unusual turbulence we're experiencing. I wouldn't call it, it's more of a rocking than sudden abrupt changes. I tell you, Vintage, that's worth streaming. You just gotta put in the title VOR to VOR transatlantic navigation. Oh, that's super. Don't forget do you have it on your schedule? The channel. Okay. Okay, winds are beginning to drop. We've lost about nearly 10 knots in the headwind. Flying through some cloud cover here. Not seeing any stars out the window. Definitely not seeing lights on the ground. Well, that's disappointing. Had they said previously it was going to be a free update? not really seeing it. Yeah, you know what? That is like... You know what? There's a developer out there who does the Embraers for X-Plane, X-Crafts. I've streamed them a few times. I like them. I think they're a good developer. So, their E175, their E-Jets, the 175, the 170, the 190, the 195. They advertised V2 as being like, let's put it this way, if you have a discontinuity in your flight plan and the FMS, then you will never be able to capture an ILS localizer or glide slope because there's a bug. You can't have discontinuities. Now that's ridiculous. That's not what the real airplane is like. That's one thing. There's another one or two things as well that were never developed, but were advertised in V2. So, you know, you bought something and you didn't get what was advertised. And now they're saying, oh, we're going to come out with a V3 for a very modest additional price for V2 owners. And I'm like, dude, you should be either make the V3 price higher, but give the V2 owners the free update. So V2 owners can go, you know what, I don't want to buy V3, just give me the things that were missing in V2. And I don't, you know, give me the option, right? I don't want to buy V3. What else comes with V3? What am I paying for, you know? But give me the things that didn't come with V2 that were supposed to come with it. But yeah, that really, I did not like that announcement. So we'll see what they do. I hope they do the right thing. Okay, our headwinds are down to 64 knots now as we approach the Dupree VOR. Two 575. Yeah, if Leading Edge advertised something in V2 that you never got, then whatever V3, I don't know if I've got the version numbers right. Maybe it's V2 or V1 to V2, but you know, if there was something in V2 that they said was going to be in it and you bought, and they never gave it to you, but they said it's going to be in V3, but V3 is going to be a charge, they should just, I think, you know, I don't even think that's legal. If you've advertised something and you didn't provide what was advertised, you know, this is not ambiguous, right? This is like black and white. Oh, that was the other thing. Fully functional direct to waypoints. That was the other thing that they had promised in V2, and we never really got it. We got probably 7 times out of 10, I would say, that the direct twos would make the flight director go completely chaotic and never really go towards the direct 2 point. Yeah, you know what, that's the old X-Plane 12 update. .2, that was probably a flight model update. That was probably the big flight model update. Hello, Brazil. Welcome to the stream. Profeta. Glad to have you on board, brother. We are about an hour and a half, maybe a little under an hour and a half into our flight from Minneapolis to Portland. We are looking at a estimated arrival time of 0614 Zulu. It's about 2 hours 14 minutes from now. Flying in the Level Up B737-900ER. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, that sucks, man. Blame Laminar, basically. The old blame Laminar card. Oh, well, they changed the flight model in 12.2.x. And that really screwed us several, you know, it's like, come on, man. Follow the leaders. Just follow the leaders. It's getting bumpier. I think I have to put the seatbelt signs on. So we are heading towards Billings. Did they release the DC-3 for, so the DC-3 V1, was that X-Plane 11, and then they made V2 to make it X-Plane 12 compatible? Alright, Vintage. Have a good night at work, brother. We will see you later in the week. Thanks for dropping in. Oh, well then they shouldn't be charging you anything. That basically means that, I mean, it didn't take Laminar long to get from X-Plane 12 to X-Plane 12.2. Actually going to call into Salt Lake Center. Salt Lake City Center, hello, this is Delta 1356, checking in at flight level 340.
Delta 1356, Salt Lake Center, your radar contact, welcome aboard.
Okay, headwinds are slowly tapering away. What's up, Christian? Welcome. Better late than never, man, but you're here. Thanks for popping in. We're fighting, we were fighting a fairly strong headwind, but it's down to 46 knots now. Inbound Billings. We're actually inbound recap, but the next VOR is Billings. We got around just over 2 hours to touchdown.
Flight 2055, go ahead.
And for flight 2055, we are negative RVSM, but the ship is trying to waste the request flight 330.
For flight 2055, I can, I'll have to set your equipment type code as RVSM. On VATSIM, we don't technically simulate it, so it shouldn't be an issue. But it'll show as RVSM on your flight plan, though, just so it doesn't, the system doesn't yell at me for it.
Okay. Well, I call that level 330.
For flight 2055, let's say again the requested altitude.
330, maybe 350. See how high it's correct.
Okay, just confirm 350.
Yeah, 350.
For flight 2055, I maintain flight level 350.
I maintain flight level 350 for flight 20.
We are just barely skimming the tops of the clouds here. But the air has definitely gotten smoother.
Nadia 1943, Roger, you have a good night.
Good night to you too.
Public Houston Airlock, Southwest 3928, flight level 370, next is Milford. Southwest 3928, Salt Lake Center. Your radar contact, welcome aboard. United, actually disregard. Salt Lake, on Southwest 3928, good question. Go ahead. Yeah, is the Salt Lake City approach online or offline? Because on the client it shows he's online, but on the radar he's offline. Southwest 3928, Salt Lake City approach is currently online. I'm looking at it now and it shows it's online for me, so I'm not sure, but yes, they're online. No, that's strange. Yeah, I was looking on the client, it shows online for me, but then I was looking at the VATSIM radar, the official one, that shows offline there. Might be a bug or something. Yeah, I'm not sure. And just to tell you, these are bad conversations. Delta 9825, I can show them offline as well on the radar, but probably a glitch with VATSIM radar. Yeah, I'll have to refresh mine and see what it does. 5, contact Denver Center 127.65.
Or is Denver Center 127?
Southwest 3928 to Salt Lake City's landing south now, and I have a route for you. Advisory to copy.
Ready, copy, Southwest 3928.
Southwest 3928, you're clear to the Salt Lake City Airport via present position direct Milford VOR, then join the Pit 2 arrival to Salt Lake City.
Roger, it's Milford. We are about to pass Milford, then join Pit 2 arrival, Southwest 3928.
Southwest 3928, readback is correct. If you pass Milford, we're going to get a program, then you can proceed direct to Bever.
Roger, we'll go direct Bever. We got a program. Southwest 3928.
I will definitely get that when it comes out. I haven't been following it, to be honest with you, Christian. I followed it like a long time ago, the updates. But let me go take a look at it.
Salt Lake Center, Delta 1623, is climbing through 17,000 for flight level 230. Delta 1623, Salt Lake Center, climb maintain flight level 370. Climb maintain flight level 370, Delta 1623. United 3923, Oakland Center is offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved, have a great flight.
Frequency change approved, United 3923. Have a good night, see you.
But yeah, I'm excited about that.
Salt Lake Center, good evening. Redwood 121 Heavy. We are flight level 350, 2 miles from Deadly.
They don't have a Discord channel, do they?
121,
Doesn't look like it.
your radar contact, welcome aboard.
Is there an estimated release date for that, Christian, do you know?
Southwest 3928, cross Jammin at and maintain 17,000 and 280 knots. Salt Lake City's landing south, altimeter 3002.
3002, altimeter, cross German at 17,000, landing south, Southwest 3928.
maybe before the end of the year. Nice Christmas present. Right. So we are now inbound to Billings. Wonder how many variants they're going to do. No, they're doing the Max 8.
Delta 1925, Seattle Center is offline. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. Have a great flight. Over to you, Delta 1925. Thanks for the ATC.
What's up, Avianca man?
Salt Lake Center,
The A319. Yeah. I do like the 319.
Southwest 1008, Salt Lake Center, your radar contact, welcome aboard.
It's very nimble. Very, very nimble. Quite slippery on the descent. Energy management on the descent on the 319. I've heard pilots online on YouTube videos saying that they almost never go full flaps on landing on the 319 ever, because they just can't get the speed down to the V approach speed, even with full spoilers. It's very hard to slow the airplane down, but it's quite convenient that the 18, the 19, the 20, and the 21 basically all have an identical cockpit, right? So, but all of them feel quite different to each other. Yeah, I've done a couple of streams on the Tolus A319. Center fuel tanks are out. Sweet. Just gobbled up 10,000 pounds of fuel there, folks. They'll have the, okay, they'll have the LEAP and the PWG. No, they're doing both LEAP variants, the B27 and the B28. I guess July 31st, 2026 was the last update on their website. Gosh, it looks really, really good. The screenshots on their website.
Center noted 223, climb 15 for 23.
United 223 Salt Lake Center, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Climb 330, thank you very much.
Nice looking EFB that goes with it too.
Southwest 3928, contact Salt Lake City approach 135.5.
Salt Lake City approach 135.5, 5958. Good night.
Good night. Delta 1623, contact Denver Center, 127.65.
Over to Denver on 127.65. Have a good night, Delta 1623.
Same to you. 1091, verify next waypoint near FMS.
Unit officer Tango Bravo.
American 2091, roger.
But these headwinds are. Let's see what the. I would have expected to be getting headwinds down in the 30 knot range. I'm still in the upper 50s. know what, Christian? That's across all. As far as I can tell, that's across all add-on aircraft, including maybe some native aircraft that come with the sim. The next X-Plane update, which should be coming out in hopefully a couple of weeks from now, will have fixed the WXR. Because right now, if I look for what they were saying, let me find it here.
United 223 cross Mossad, maintain 14,000. Jackson altimeter is 3024. You can expect the ILS Zulu runway 19er from, actually, standby one. Yeah, continue to cross Mossad 14,000 and stand by for the rest.
Alright, cross Mossad 14,000, United 223.
Yeah, according to the reports online, that in 12.4.1, laminar adjusted cloud interpretation algorithms to reduce excessive cumulonimbus generation. This unintentionally neutered active convective weather injection in live weather, resulting in far fewer storm cells and near empty radar returns. So that's why I haven't seen, I flew into, I think it was Thursday last week, I did a flight into Hong Kong, and there were thunderstorms all over the place around Hong Kong, and the radar in the flight vector was blank. So that is supposed to be fixed in this new update, which is supposed to be coming out
223,
pretty soon.
Landing north now, that's why I was getting confused on it. Let's see. I have a revert for you, Buzz. Ready, copy.
Go for copy, United Northeast.
223, you're cleared to the Jackson Hole Airport via present position direct HOMVA. That's Hotel Oscar Mike Victor Alpha, and then direct destination.
Alright, cleared to the Jackson Airport via direct HOMVA. Direct destination 1933.
223 ringback is correct. That'll be the initial fix on the RNAV X-ray. Runway 1 into Jackson Hole. If you prefer a different approach, let me know. And if you need me extra track miles to descend, let me know. I apologize for missing the runway change there. Standby 1.
But it's not just a fix. It's not just a fix to the weather radar. An energy back-end logic that supports that, but it's also updates and improvements to it.
Maintain 2,000 now. Let me know if you need extra track miles.
Roger, instead of maintain 1,0.
So we are estimating 7,000 pounds of fuel remaining at Portland, and our planned fuel had the trip taking, let's say just rounding it up to 20,000, and we took on 7, so...
242, I have a reroute for you, advisory to copy.
Ready to copy, United 42.
Well, it's actually pretty damn close to...
242, clear to the Jackson Hole Airport via present position, direct home bus.
I'm gonna burn a little bit more.
Oscar, Mike Victor Alpha.
1,005, probably burn 900 pounds more than originally calculated.
Clear to the Jackson Hole Airport via home bus, Hotel Oscar Mike Victor Alpha, and then clear to destination of United 242.
242, readback is correct. Cross home at maintain 12,000. Jackson Hole altimeter is 3024, and you can expect the RNAV X-ray runway 1 approach unless you need something different.
Cross home at 12,000, and altimeter is 3004. We have RNAV X-ray 1 for setup for United 242.
242, roger, thanks.
Left 720 on the ground at Boise, ready for taxi with Delta on board.
Alaska 720 Salt Lake Center, hello, runway 10 left, taxi via Alpha, Whiskey.
10 left, Alpha, Whiskey, that's 720.
Redwood 121, cross bear at maintain 16,000 and 250 knots. Salt Lake City is landing south, altimeter 3002.
Cross bear at maintain 16,000, 250 knots. Salt Lake City landing south, copy altimeter Redwood 121.
So yeah, to connect Navigraph, so here's the main menu on the Level Up Avi tab, right? You click on Avi tablet here on the bottom row.
3, cross Homba at or above 12,000 at Homba, cleared RNAV X-ray runway.
Oh, you know what? You can't do it from here. You got to do it.
Cross Homba at 120.
You got to do it from your plugins menu. You got to open up Avi tab. You got to toggle this tablet, and then you got to go to your home page. So I don't know if you're seeing this.
2035 on the ground at both.
Yeah, you can't activate your Navigraph account through the Level Up EFB AviTab portal. You have to open up the actual AviTab.
American 2035, Salt Lake Center,
From your
below your clear to
plugins.
Charlotte Airport via the Bobcat 5 departure, Billings transition, then is fouled. Climb via the
So open up toggle tablet,
Squawk 0560.
and then when you have this open, you go to providers, and then obviously my account is connected right now, but you can connect your account through that way.
Correct. You can expect
I hope that helps.
for taxi.
And we're we're still getting strong winds up here. I didn't know there was even a way you could try to connect the Avi tab. You know, I can't do it there. Airport is just that. Routes is no good. Map is just a map, and credits is, well, that's what that is. They don't have the providers link where you can go and connect your Navigraph account to AviTab.
Alaska 720, actually disregard. Affirm, but you're getting close at this point. I'll go ahead and cut you loose. Your radar services are terminated. For you to change approved. Have a good one. Awesome freedom. United 242, cross Humba at 12000 at Humba. You're cleared RNAV X-ray runway 1 approach.
Humba craft at 12000, clear for the RNAV X-ray 1 approach for United 242.
As we still fall victim of fairly strong headwinds. Still hitting up 52 knot headwind component.
United 223, winds 010 at 14, runway 1, cleared to land.
Cover the wing, 101, way, United 223.
Well, the estimated headwinds at Billings, for example, was 37 knots, heading 2903 degrees, and we're still up in.
Let's check our aircraft calling standby.
We're to basically 290 degrees at 58 knots, so we're about 25 knots above what the estimate is right now, or what the estimate was at time of the flight plan, which I suppose it's possible. You know, it's not real time. And of course, these are pulling in.
Center, Frontier 115, checking in at 17,000.
I believe they're using SimBrief winds
115
in the FMS.
Climb maintain flight level 360.
Climb and maintain flight level 360, Frontier 115.
So it's quite possible that explains real weather winds, and SimBrief's real weather winds are not
Aircraft calling for clearance, sir, is a landline.
synchronized. It's basically headwinds all the way in, but the magnitude of them was supposed to drop off significantly, so...
AirPod 7, Salt Lake Center, you're cleared to the Provo Airport via the
Top of
device.
climb, 340,
Then it's followed. Climb via the
33,
16,000. Expect flight level
80 knots.
400,
We experienced that.
Departure is
We experienced that.
53.
DPR 53.
Okay, we're looking to Provo, the device 2.
But by the time we get to our top of descent, the winds are down to 11 knots, so they are dying off. Certainly peaked at the top of climb. Shortly after the top of climb, they peaked at around 87 knots, I think.
AirPod 7, read back.
And it's been a very slow, gradual reduction in their magnitude.
If you push, let me know.
1 for departure.
United 223, welcome to Jackson Hole. Taxi to the ramp via Alpha.
Back to the ramp via Alpha, United 223.
Southwest 1008, contact Denver Center 127.65.
127.65, Southwest 1008. See ya.
Airport Center, American 2035, 30 taxi.
American 2035, runway 12, taxi via Alpha.
Runway 12 via Alpha, American 2035.
Redwood 121, contact Salt Lake City approach 135.5.
Approach on 135.5 for Redwood 121. Thank you so much, yeah.
United 242, winds 010 at 14, runway 1, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 01, United 242.
I think there. I have the MC. I have the
2035 winds.
I have the MCP. I have the Airbus MCP. Which does have the EFIS as well. I think it's great. If you can afford it. I mean, I can't remember what I paid mine for. Probably too much money. I think they're cheaper now. But I got the Wingflex one, and I think
Salt Lake Center will be closing in approximately 10 minutes.
I don't think. I mean, I bought it about 2 years ago. There certainly wasn't any wind control. I don't think they had any competition. I think, you know, in that market sector. So I think I paid nearly $500 for mine. But it's probably, I don't know what it's priced at now. But if you can afford them, I think they're really cool. Because if you're ever flying in turbulence or something like that, and, you know, and the camera's jumping around, then it can be really difficult to get the mouse cursor on those knobs, and that becomes a bit of a nightmare.
American 2035 radar contact, sails 2 passing.
Passing 5,300, American 2055.
Oh my God, it's actually A320 combo cube. They've kind of changed the package since I bought it a couple of years ago. Yeah. Wow. I can't believe they've done that. I paid a little over 500 for mine, and now for the same thing they're charging the same thing. They're now charging $732. That's a bit. I think they've kind of added to it, though. It's evolved.
Now to 242, welcome to Jackson Hole, taxi to the Ramsey Alpha.
Taxi to Ramsey Alpha, United 242. Thank you.
Salt Lake Center, GPS 2841 heavy out of 18,000, climate flight level 230. GPS 2841, Salt Lake Center, hello, climb maintain.
They put a radio. They put a radio stack on it.
Level 360, GPS 2841.
Yeah, you should check out Wingflex. Google search Wingflex, WINGFLEX.com.
720, let's try this one more time. Ready for taxi with Delta 4.
Alaska 720, runway, Salt Lake Center, runway 10 left, taxi via Alpha Whiskey.
All right, Fizzu, have a good night, brother.
0 left via Alpha Whiskey, Alaska 720.
Hello to Toronto. He's ditching in around 10 minutes, this guy. Oh no, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. What's wind control? MCP. What are they charging? Yeah, they're charging $287 for the full Airbus glare shields.
Attentional aircraft, Salt Lake Center will be closing in approximately 5 minutes.
Well, it's hard to know. It's hard to know the level of quality on the knobs and switches. You know, the WingFlex is an excellently made device. It's heavy, it's robust. It's basically made of metal. There's very little plastic in it other than the knobs. But yeah, 700 is outrageous. I thought it would have gotten cheaper since I bought it. It's actually gotten more expensive. Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, if wind control were producing things 2 years ago, I would have definitely have gone for that. But so the thing is, I think it's actually WingFlex who's doing the 737 MCP. You should go to the WingFlex website. Their prices are insane. The MCD, the 737 NG MCDU is $579.
AirPods 7, you're coming in broken. Was that a readback, or were you making a different request? AirPods 7, I assume it was a readback because you're taxiing, but just be advised you're coming in broken, very broken.
Does wind control have the 737 wind control MCP?
advised, I've got a crossing restriction for you. It's got to be 370 into ZDV, so I'm just going to go ahead and stop your climb at that altitude. Climb and maintain level 370.
Roger, we'll climb 370, next question.
American 420, that'll be your final.
Or Wind Wing. Sorry, Wind Wing have it.
American 420, contact Denver Center 127.65.
Order Denver Center 127.65, so that's 128.
Do they not have a website? Simhanger likes it. Wind Wings MT3.
56 have closed up. Radar services terminated for you to change approved. Have a great flight.
Alright, I don't need to come. Thanks for the help. See you next time at Delta 1356. I can't see it on their store at all. $1 million. It's on sale for $999,999. I'm trying to find the combo. Why? Sorry, Wind Wing. I'm all over the place. Oh, they're the same company. Excuse me. Oh, there it is. So it is 155 bucks basically. Yeah, that's a bargain. I'll probably pick that up. Yeah, I finally found it. I'm an idiot. I was typing in the completely wrong thing. 154 bucks is a total bargain. Plus shipping, of course. I heard somebody's coming up with this 777 MCP as well. I don't know who that is. Let's find out. So the 777 MCP scheduled for March of 2027 is starting at $199. Yet they are selling. Yet they are selling the Airbus. It's actually XP72 has a video of it when he was at the expo. The 777. They claim that it will be built to function with multiple Boeing types, including the 737, the 47, the 57, the 67, and of course the 77. How are they selling it for such a low price? They're selling it for 200, and their Airbus MCP unit is 540. It's like over double. What's so special about the Airbus unit? Crazy. It's hard to know. Hard to know if it's metal or not. I seem to remember XP72 saying it felt very heavy, but you know, not very heavy, but definitely had some mass to it. It sounded like it probably had some metal components. Winds have finally died down. We're down into 33 knots. .28 knot headwind component. Okay, top of descent is very much in view. 50 miles out from the top of descent. Estimating 8,000 pounds of fuel for the landing. No ATC in Portland, so IRL it is 28 right is the active arrival runway. So we have the frequency 111.3, course heading 283 has all been set. This approach procedure is to flying basically on runway heading to 600 and then make a right turn, continuing the climb to 4,200 direct to Battleground VOR, and enter a right hand hold. Battleground VOR at 116.6. Let's have that on standby. The arrival. JNOX is 240 above. We'll be targeting that in the MCP. Set. Not sure how reliable the landing performance is here, but current winds, a METAR was 450, 453 Zulu, so that's almost an hour old, but we have winds variable at 3 knots. Interesting. Okay, let's go. Can't put any wind in. Air temperature is 21. Find that hard to believe. Let's say 150 at 3. Okay. 000 at 3. Alright, it was just glitching. And we are altimeter 3007. Now we're expecting 8,000 pounds of fuel on the arrival, and our zero fuel weight 140, so that's 148,000. Flaps 30. Air conditioning will be on. Anti-ice off. Brakes, see how AB2 looks. And everything looks good there. (8,216 feet landing). Straight right is 9,825. And we do have a displaced threshold. Got a V approach of 156. 7,000, the next target. And my tow is 17,000 or above. And we have Delta 5 conveniently coming off of Alpha 6 straight into Delta 5. If we make Alpha 6, of course. But if we are beyond it, I'll say Tango to Kilo or prior Alpha 5 to Kilo. We'd have an amazing view of Mount Hood if it were daylight. $3,000. 4 above. And we're gonna switch our altimeter setting to 3007. Down to 9,000 or above. Gotta watch this airspeed, giving it a chance to drop by itself here. Don't see any traffic on the ground. And there's definitely no traffic in the VATSIM ATC. So, pretty quiet. Take a bit of speed break here. The speed is not it's not coming in. On our fixed landing lights.
1,000 to go.
We're good down to 7,100 now. And got flaps 1 to see if we can find an equilibrium here on airspeed and descent rate. Gonna do a speed intervention here. Keep me at 230.
To go.
We're good to go down to 670.
To go.
281 on the barometric minimums. Schaefer at 210 knots. Logo lights on. And engine start selectors to continuous. Still on VNAV path. We'll be heading up Nasi at 370. 3,700, I should say. Full flaps 5. We got a flashing moon. Portland traffic, Delta 1356 is 5 miles from Nassau for the ILS runway 28 right. Portland traffic.
To go.
The approach. Localizer captured, light slope is establishing. Portland traffic, Delta 1356 is fully established on the ILS runway 28 right, 12 miles DME, Portland traffic. Ground altitude is set. Gear down. Final approach speed 156. Yep. Laps 10, laps 15, laps 25, and flaps 30. Portland traffic, Delta 1356, 5 mile final, 28 right, Portland. Actually gonna fly it in from here. I want to see how this feels. Make some adjustments to the sensitivity.
Feet stabilized, approach altitude set.
minimum 300. Minimums 200. $100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Manual braking. I think I've missed Alpha 7. So it's going to be Tango, I believe. Tango to Kilo to Delta 5. Start up our APU. Still feels a little sensitive on the controls. Even with me doing the adjustments. But, I mean, it feels good. Just something doesn't feel quite right about it. Labeled, nothing is labeled here, but it's right in front of, basically right on Alpha 6. I think it should be this one, not that one, but this coming one. When we turn off lights, can go bye-bye. Okay, APU generator looks good. Switch that over. Engines down. I'm gonna have to go and take a picture of this now. Screenshot.